Angelito po solo, hello po Sir Andy. Emma Minuta, hello po. Razon Rosas. Magandang umaga sa solid, gwapa po, hindi pati naman ako Sir Andy sa nagbida-bida ang aking kahapon. Anong ginawa mo? Eric and Beyonce, binanatan. So, iyan mo to, i-share mo sa mga tingwapa ang aking live stream. Ate Corazon. Birthday po kahapon birthday po kahapon, baka bati mo ako. Happy birthday po, Corazon. More birthday to come. God bless you. Sorry po, kagagawi ko lang ho, galing akong ospital. Almost a week ako sa hospital. Tapos Angie, gano'n po. Galing po kayo. Thank you po, Ate Corazon. Dito po ako sa bahay, pahinga muna ako ano. Kasi nga isang linggo lang, tapos balik tayo trabaho. Kaya ba maraming tayong di tayo puwede magbuhat-buhat ng mabibigat. Galing tayo ng surgery. Junjun! Kamusta ka Junjun? Good vibes lang tayo Junjun, okey? Nasaan yung si ano mo, si Mama Sir at si Manolo? Nati-trigger na yung dalawa. Laban hello from Junjun. Nine to nine. Taas. Sana. Sana ba tayo? Thank you, Judy. Judy like, Ciao Tito Andy. Hello anak ko. Kita na, kamusta na po kayo diyan? Okey lang po. Anak, I'm okey na po anak. I'll be on, I'll be on PTO for a week. Balik ako next week sa trabaho. But I gotta go, I have a follow-up checkup on Friday. Thank you, God bless you. Na okey po si tito. Oo, huwag kang mag-worry anak. May follow checkup tayo sa Friday. You ready, final praying po kita na. Thank you po. Thank you guys sa inyong mga prayers. Salamat po. Uy, nabuhay ang aking ano, pamangkin. Tatago sa akin. Hindi na ako binibisita. Saka na po, okey na ako, pamangkin. Nangyari sa'yo, worry your uncle or so I'm okey na. Ano lang yun, tinanggal lang yung gallbladder ko. Kasi agad nag-paint na diyan sa adobe ng paints. Kung Wednesday sumakit sa trabaho, pasundo na ako sa anak ko. Dalhin na agad sa emergency. Yun, na-admit at daming ano, nag-MRI, nag-CT scan, ina inano pa, ultrasound, oh, ayun. But are you okay? Okay na, pero I have a follow-up on Monday. Oh, ay nandito si ano, si Mumusel, Mama Sel pala. Mama Sel, shout out sa'yo. San si ano mo, si Manolo, nandito lang si ano, si Junjun. Mama Sel, si Junjun lang nandito, si Mama at si Manolo wala. Magaling po kayo. Thank you po, Kitana. Hello Sir Andy, morning. Kumusta na po kayo? Love you po. Ah, Mama Sel. Love you too, Mama Sel. Thank you God for the past recovery. Oo nga. Parang ako nakapahinga ako. 1 week ako. Dito muna sa bahay. Tapos next Monday balik ako trabaho. Itana, Mama Sel, mega shoutout po. Nauna pare pero 'yan sa akin. Oo, nauna sa'yo 'yan, si Junjun. Huli kayo wala pa nga si Manolo mo wala. Inunahan si Manolo, paano na 'yan? Nauna pa kay Manolo kaysa sa Manolo nauna. Ay naku, yari ka diyan Mama Sel. Shoutout kita na pamamasyal. Paano 'yan Mama Sel, baka type ka yata ni Junjun, eh. Iba na ang hair ni Mama Sel, mahaba. Haba hair ni Mama Sel. Si May Andy wala dito, bahala siya. May Manolo ako sa wala naman din si Manolo mo, nasaan si Manolo mo? Ah, alam mo ba kung nasaan ang darling mo? Si darling mo? Baka naghahanap ng cleavage. Oo, nagbabiyahe ng cleavage. Biyahe po, anong biyahe? Bahala siya, may Manolo na ako. Ano, baka nagbebenta ng cleavage, nagbabiyahe ng may mga cleavage na ano, ilan kaya yung mga nababiyahe niyang mga cleavage? Tricycle po Sir Andy, walang wala ngayong work. Oh, yun pala, eh. Lalo na sa cleavage, lalo na naka-tricycle. Ano yun, yung dalawahan? Natatawa ko natawa yan lang. Si Lablab ko. Like and share guys. Tatlo ang gulong. So merong ano, may passenger, may nakasakay sa likod, may pakinggan ko, grabe, kinakadikit ang cleavage nila, yung sa likod nakadikit, yung sa harap puwede makita, 'pag yumuko. Ha, ha, ha. Umanda siya sa sa akin, pinadikitan niya. Ay naku, 'di mo malalaman yun. Kasi po meron sa likod nakayaka, gusto yumakap o ididikit. Tatlong gulong, oh, 'di may Shoutout kay Zelda pamamasyal. Siya hindi kain. Tapos na ako pamamasyal. Kailangan luto ako ng scrambled egg. Diyan ako, nasa bahay na po ako. Hello, Ray said hi. Milo, Ray. Reyes. Milo Reyes. Shout out. What team are you, Mario? Team Guapa? Milo Reyes, are you Team Guapa?
Yeah, Robert, I've heard and seen some of these videos that these neighbors have taken of this man who lives on this block. And let me tell you, it is quite disturbing. This man lives on Garden Grove in this Reseda neighborhood, and neighbors say that his behavior is violent, vile, and threatening. Here's a taste of what neighbors say that they are dealing with on a daily basis. You can hear that most of that video we had to bleep out because the language he uses is filled with racial slurs and curse words. People we spoke to say he hangs out of his window completely naked, making lewd gestures to those on the street, including children. Neighbors say he often screams all night, making it difficult to sleep. People who live here say the police have been called over 150 times, but say they, those officers say there's nothing to do. Neighbors tell us they feel terrorized, many afraid to leave their own homes. He just starts screaming sometimes. At the end of the day, he'll just decide to lean out his window, start screaming for a few hours. It'll go on into the middle of the night. I hear him sometimes at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And it just doesn't stop until, the next morning. We have kids in the house and we'll try to play outside. And as soon as he starts screaming, we say, okay, we got to go back inside, close the doors. We really can't. I don't even want to take my trash out sometimes. Like, I don't even want to stay within, my yard because I don't want him to see me start screaming at me instead. Now, a neighbor provided these pictures of what they say is the man's backyard. Several residents here say he rents out those sheds that you see in those pictures to transients and deals drugs on the property. They've also been told that the power was cut off to the property and the man lights fires to keep warm and for light. Neighbors tell us this has been going on for years and they're plain fed up. And they tell us that calls to the city have not gone anywhere. Now, we have reached out to Nithya Raman's office. She's the council member who represents this district, and we just heard back from her office. She says that she is just made aware of this situation and is now contacting the appropriate city departments. We're going to have much more on her statement and this story coming up at 11. For now, that's Liz from Reseda. I'm Darsha Phillips. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Darsha, we'll see you at 11. Former Vice President Kamala Harris is officially endorsing LA Mayor Karen Bass for re-election. In a statement, the former vice president says Mayor Karen Bass is the leader Los Angeles needs right now. The mayor says she is honored to get Harris's endorsement.
Known each other for a long time. When I was serving in Sacramento and she was first elected to be the DA of San Francisco, and our policies aligned. We both worked on foster care and trafficking issues, and we continue to work together.
Bass's campaign says she's focused on homelessness, affordability, infrastructure, and safety in Los Angeles.
In just 2 days, NBC4 and Telemundo 52 will host a mayoral and a gubernatorial debate. On Wednesday, we are going to be live at the Screwball Cultural Center asking the candidates the tough questions in order for voters to get the answers that they need. The first debate is scheduled at 5 p.m. Mayor Karen Bass, Councilwoman Nithya Raman, and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt will be there. Then, for the gubernatorial debate, former U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Javier Becerra, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, conservative commentator and Fox News host Steve Hilton, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan, former Congresswoman Katie Porter, billionaire philanthropist Tom Steyer, and former LA Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa will be there. The debates are in partnership with Loyola Marymount University. Both of these debates will be broadcast in English and in Spanish, and we want to hear from you. Take a look at your screen right now and please scan the QR code you see there to submit your questions for the candidates. Be sure to watch both debates starting this Wednesday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Let's take you outside right now. This is a live look from Long Beach. Cooler today with some pretty breezy conditions at times. Meteorologist Dave Bigger tracking your first alert forecast. Dave,
It was a very different picture from what we had a couple of days ago, Carolyn. Today we had plenty of clouds in some spots, especially around some parts of San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Valley, and the Inland Empire. And we even had a couple of little pop-up
areas of drizzle or some light rain. That's all associated with this area of low pressure that is now sitting essentially over the central coast. You can see the counterclockwise circulation around it. You see the showers going from east to west up in Northern California, but around here, we're going from west to east. And so we might still get a few more spots of drizzle as we go through the overnight hours for tonight. But that area of low pressure also helps to keep things cool. Upper 60s and low 70s all we had for today. 70 around downtown LA as well as Anaheim and Riverside, 69 degrees in Santa Ana. For tomorrow. Expect to start off with some clouds, although we will possibly have some drizzle mixed in as well. For temperatures, it's still going to remain cool, but the remainder of the week, we start warming up. I've got details on that in just a bit. Robert?
David, we'll see you then. Thank you. A passenger inside an Uber held hostage for 9 hours by an armed driver. And tonight, NBC4 has obtained exclusive video of the moment that passenger was rescued. The LA County Sheriff's Department says the driver was wanted for attempted murder, and now it's raising questions about how he was able to drive for Uber in the first place. NBC4's Alex Rozier has more on those terrifying hours before that passenger was freed. I've been here for 2 months.
Fawaz just moved to America, and on Sunday he had a front row seat to a hostage situation.
All of a sudden, I heard,
Get down, get out! He started recording just before 2 Sunday afternoon when Beverly Hills police surrounded this silver truck.
so I come running out. I went all across the helicopter. I see police barricade, I see police coming in, everything coming in, SWAT team coming in.
Law enforcement sources told NBC4 investigates the armed driver in that silver truck, Osvaldo Del Rio, was wanted for attempted murder after he struck a deputy during a traffic stop early Sunday morning and took off. Today, Uber confirmed Del Rio was also working as an Uber driver Sunday afternoon, and he held his Uber rider hostage for 9 hours as the police and SWAT team surrounded the truck. The dramatic rescue captured on video at 10:40 p.m.
No way, no way.
That's the hostage. That's the hostage.
You must be relieved to know that the hostage is free.
Oh, that was such a relief. And I'm relieved as well that no one got hurt.
But the work wasn't over yet. Just after midnight, with help from a canine and flashbangs, the SWAT team took the driver into custody.
When I first heard the flashbang, I was like, what was that? What was that? So I didn't know if it was a bullet. If it was, please don't be a bullet. And then the dogs grabbed him and gnawed at him a little bit. He's lucky. He's very lucky. He gnawed at him a little bit. But please show them mercy.
Today, Uber released a statement saying, quote, "This must have been a terrifying experience. We're grateful to law enforcement for their response and relieved that no one was seriously injured. We've removed the driver from the platform and are standing ready to support law enforcement with their investigation." What's your reaction to hearing it's an Uber driver and an Uber passenger?
Well, it's worrying, isn't it? Because it makes you wonder, how safe are you? That anything can happen, anytime, any place.
Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
Well, Britney Spears pleaded guilty today to a lesser charge of reckless driving following her arrest for DUI in Ventura County. As part of the plea deal, she will now spend a year on probation and a day in jail, which she's already served. The 44-year-old pop star was arrested on March 4th in Westlake Village. Law enforcement sources told NBC4 investigates that another driver called 911 to report someone driving erratically on the 101. Spears was then pulled over by the CHP. Her lawyer says she has accepted responsibility for her conduct.
Still ahead for us, a heartwarming moment at the Orange County Half Marathon. What this man did just feet before the finish line.
Plus, is the fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran on the brink of collapse? The new plan the president is putting in place, and the latest prediction about those high gas prices.
But first, there is a hit and run driver on the loose, accused of killing a 1-year-old tonight. You'll hear from the grieving mother as she demands justice.
Two debates.
One defining night.
NBC4 and Telemundo 52 present Decision 2026.
Hey, yo, and gubernatorial debate. Journals live right here from the Criminal Cultural Center.
Wednesday, starting at 5 on NBC4 and Telemundo 52. Come to the bright side in San Diego.
Being a champion starts with care, preparation, and commitment. At Sweet James Accident Attorneys, we bring that same focus and determination to every client we represent. Standing up for the injured when the stakes are high and the fight is tough. Professional athletes are your champions on the court. Sweet James is your advocate for justice in the courtroom. If you've been hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident, call Sweet James Accident Attorney.
I'm Sheriff Chad Bianco. Typical politicians don't have the guts to tackle our big problems. As sheriff, I've deported drug traffickers. I've locked up murderers and those who prey on our children and our seniors. As your governor, I'll eliminate state income tax, protect girls' sports, put child molesters away from life with no vote. I'm Chad Bianco, and I'm running for governor because California needs a leader tough enough to stand up for us.
Chad Bianco for governor. Today and tonight.
Oh, I love it. Your parents for the day, they're fun, they make it exciting, but at the same time, and it's a serious subject, they tell us on their things to do. News?
Okay, news. Good news. I need to start the day. Now, starting with the weather.
Weather.
It's pretty accurate.
Very accurate. The traffic
Traffic.
gets us ready for the day, everybody's, everybody.
Thanks for helping the community.
No, travel forward.
Today, Elvis.
Tonight, the search continues for the hit-and-run driver accused of killing a one-year-old boy and a man in Playa del Rey over this past weekend. And for the first time today, we are hearing from the mother of that little boy. NBC4's Camilla Rivaldi spoke up.
I shouldn't be very. I wanted to see him walk.
It's an unimaginable loss no parent should ever have to face.
When I took out the clothes from the baby, I felt him warm. But his feet and his hands, they were cold already.
Nicole Farias is remembering the heartbreaking moment with her one-year-old son, Roger. Police say the little boy and a man were killed when a hit-and-run driver in a white Jeep struck the family's BMW on Sunday in Playa del Rey. Farias was in another car. She says they were on their way home from a bonfire.
He went to the left and he was boy. The little boy actually started bleeding.
She shared this video of her son.
His hair, he's so precious.
Flowers and candles now line this corner of Vista Del Mar Avenue, where police say the crash happened just after 4:30 in the morning Sunday. The driver of the Jeep, who police say was going southbound on Vista Del Mar, crossed over and hit the BMW going northbound. Police say the driver of the Jeep then ran off.
When I got out of the car, I saw the car and the baby on the floor, and my baby daddy didn't take care of the baby. It was just, it was bad.
She tells the NBC4 the baby's uncle died in the crash. The family also says the little boy's father was in the car along with his sister, who remains in the hospital.
I don't wish this on nobody. Nobody should go through it. He was barely 1 year old.
2 lives cut too short, and a mother left grieving.
I took my baby's life. His uncle. I don't know if I can even look at his face. I can't.
Mela Rambaldi, NBC4 News.
This week is Wildfire Preparedness Week. Fire agencies across the state are highlighting the different ways they're getting ready for peak fire season. Cal Fire, LA County Fire gathered with state and federal agencies in Calabasas this morning. Crews gave demonstrations of firefighting aircraft and ground resources. The campaign also focuses on encouraging residents to take an active role in preparedness.
We strongly encourage all residents in fire-prone areas to create a Ready, Set, Go wildfire action plan. Identify and practice evacuation routes in advance of a fire. Prepare emergency supplies in advance as well. These actions significantly improve your ability to respond quickly and safely if wildfire threatens your community.
We have a full list of ways you can prepare your property on our website, nbcla.com. Just search wildfire.
Now to a very special moment at this weekend's OC Marathon in Costa Mesa. Jonathan Rodriguez pushed his Uncle Francisco in a wheelchair during the half marathon, but they stopped just short of the finish line. As you saw there, that's when Uncle Francisco got out of his wheelchair and took the final steps on his own. They say it is a moment they will never forget.
Good for him. All right, giving you a live look right now on Catalina Island. Beautiful view there. Meteorologist David Bear is back now with your first alert forecast.
And we're going to be looking at quite a few changes coming our way. We sort of had the change this weekend. We went from a warm and kind of nice Saturday to a much cooler Sunday with some clouds and some drizzle. Well, the rest of the week, after we get through tomorrow, it's going to be all about warming up. Let me show you how warm it's going to get there. First of all, a live look outside right now in Ontario. You see some layers of clouds up above. Rialto, a great example of what we're looking at in the next couple of days. For tomorrow, we've got temperatures still running at about the 60s, but then by Wednesday, already up into the mid 70s. So about 10 degrees warmer. As we get into Thursday, another 10 degrees warmer, and we keep warming up as we head into the end of the week and the weekend with temperatures potentially into the low 90s. So this is all because we have the area of low pressure that's directly overhead right now, eventually leaving, but while it's still in place, we still got a chance of maybe getting some drizzle. So as we start Futurecast right around midnight today, we have plenty of clouds out there, and you do see these spots of green indicating some drizzle, or maybe even a light shower too. It's just not going to amount to much. And a reminder, not everybody is going to see something out of this weather system. As we go through the next couple of hours here and head into the morning for Tuesday, we'll pause right here at noon. You can see we've got plenty of clouds still lingering around the area. Still see those green spots from time to time. But if you're looking for any sunshine, just head close to the coastline because it looks like we might get some clear patches closer to the beaches. Then as we go through the rest of Tuesday, it looks like the activity will start to break up a bit. So by 7 p.m., I think the moisture's coming down quite a bit. That means the chances of drizzle are also decreasing. And then getting into Wednesday morning, we may have a few patches of low clouds or even some fog around parts of the region. So we have included patchy fog in the forecast, and all that clears out quickly. And then through the rest of Wednesday into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, there's very little in the way of cloud cover, but we might start forming the marine layer back up along the coastline. So for tomorrow, expected to still be cool. We may still get some spotty showers. Expect mid to upper 60s at the warmest. 63 in Hemet, 67 in downtown LA and Anaheim, 65 in Thousand Oaks, as well as Oxnard, and the mid 60s for High Desert as well. That area of low pressure that's directly overhead will be moving off as we get through the next couple of days. And here's the high pressure that's right behind it to replace everything. So as this kind of sits in place heading into the weekend, that's where temperatures really start to warm up. But that also helps to drive the pattern that brings back the marine layer, at least for the coastal areas. So the basin forecast on top, the coastal forecast on the bottom. You can see how for tomorrow we're looking at temperatures maybe at about the upper 60s. Then we get back into the mid 70s. We go into Wednesday, and notice the warming trend coming our way to the remainder of the week. But we've also got some spots of morning fog as the marine layer tries to form back up. So expect mid 80s by the time we get into the Mother's Day weekend. As we show the valleys on top, ID forecast down below, we have some spotty in there for tomorrow. Expect temperatures to be running at about the mid 60s at the warmest. Maybe some patchy fog to start off the morning for Wednesday, and then look at this warming trend coming our way. Potentially mid to upper 80s and some low 90s mixed in as we get to the start of next week. Here's how it looks the high desert on top. Look as your forecast down below. Some full tomorrow, and then the warming trend really picks up. We get into the 80s by Wednesday, low to mid 90s getting into the weekend. And even for the mountains, we'll be on a warming trend. But first, we're going to get through some more spotty showers for tomorrow. Temperatures in the mid 40s. Then we jump into the 60s, the upper 60s and low 70s. And then by the time we get to Mother's Day, I think temperatures in the mid 70s, but it'll be a nice weekend otherwise. That's a winter forecast. Back over to you. And still ahead, a new scam to tell you about criminals targeting the elderly and swindling them out of thousands of dollars. The red flags you need to look for.
And later, the Torrance man accused of trying to assassinate the president back in court. The judge questioning how he's being treated in jail and what he wants to know.
I'm Kim. I approve this message. Kim Calvert's been in office for 34 years. Just became a professional politician.
Voted with Pelosi over 5,000 times, sabotaging President Trump's agenda.
Slap in the face to see funding go to illegal immigrants.
While Calvert's own net worth went up 15 million.
How are they doing that on what the taxpayers are paying me? Kim Calvert is serving himself.
It was my first accident ever. I was like shaky, I was so scared. When I first reached out to Jacoby Myers, I didn't know if I had case or not. As soon as I got a hold of my attorney, she was very, very nice, very kind. Because of Jacoby Myers, I don't have that pressure to worry about a medical bill or things like that. If I know of any accident, I'm like, call Jacoby Myers, they'll help you.
Jacoby and Myers, because everyone deserves justice. To celebrate 40 years, Cabral Resort and Casino in San Manuel is rolling out the biggest names in entertainment. Bob Dylan, Gabriel Iglesias, Eric Church, Christina Aguilera, Imagine Dragons, Snoop Dogg, Tang Clan, and more. Buy tickets and check out the full lineup at YamavaTheater.com. Must be 21 to enter. Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Why do you watch Today Night?
Oh, I love it. They prepare us for the day. They're fun. They make it exciting, but at the same time, it's serious out here. It's a fun thing to read. The news.
Okay, good news. I need to start the day with.
Yeah.
Starting with the weather.
Weather.
It's pretty accurate.
Very accurate. Very accurate. The traffic. Gets it ready for the day. Every morning I do it. Every morning.
Thanks for helping.
Nope, chapter 4.
Today Night.
The sun rises over SoCal. Then he falls on downtown. Rebuilding gets underway. Storm, sunshine, gridlock, and plenty of opinions.
Love your coverage.
It's really trustworthy. Watch every day.
This is our home. We check the facts, make the second call, and break down what it means for you before you start your food.
You guys give us the best news. You're always there.
Every day, every hour.
We know this place is a lot of work. We also know it's worth it. That's why we keep it local.
Tonight, police in Irvine are urging people to talk to their elderly family members about money scams. This comes after an 80-year-old man lost $25,000.
As NBC4's Eddie Chang found out, this case is different from many of the online scams we often hear about.
You never think it's going to happen to your family member.
This tech worker who doesn't want to show his face to protect his family's privacy says he had no idea his father was conned out of $25,000 till it was too late.
We get trained about this because I work in technology on a bi-monthly basis, and stuff that we kind of take as common sense is new to the older generation.
By the time his elderly father handed off $25,000 in cash to a courier at this Kohl's in Irvine 2 Fridays ago, Irvine investigators say he was already tricked by several people all working together to make the scam unbelievable.
After that phone call happened, he received a spoof phone call from a number that is of the Irvine Police Department on that line and claiming to be the chief of police, telling him to cooperate with the ATF.
Police say the scammers spoofed the police department's phone number and even Googled actual names in law enforcement to make the 80-year-old believe these were legitimate people on the phone.
He picked out withdrew $25,000 in cash, wrapped it up in a shoebox, and then met with a courier at Kohl's and then handed the box over to him on fear of being arrested.
Irvine police wanting to send a message to all families, especially with elderly loved ones, that scammers are getting more sophisticated.
So we're asking people to, it's okay to hang up the phone. It's okay to call that local police department directly by looking at an online directory, confirming that phone number, and just confirm what are they asking you to do.
Check in on grandma more often than not, because sometimes they could be lonely. They could like have someone reach out to them and like, oh, I haven't talked to someone in a while. So then they end up talking to this person. Then that could be a bad act.
Eddie Chang, NBC4 News.
Coming up, closing arguments in the trial of an officer accused of negligence after a 14-year-old girl was shot and killed tonight. What her family's lawyers are asking of the jury.
Plus, Long Beach voters will soon elect a new mayor. Who are the candidates? We interview all of them to see what their plan is for the city. LA, ready for change? So is Zach Sokolov, a new controller who will make sure your tax dollars work as hard as you. Zach Sokolov, holding City Hall insiders accountable. Zach will demand transparency to root out fraud and abuse, and will audit City Hall to make sure our tax dollars actually work for you. Zach Sokolov, for change, for LA Controller, because it's funny. If you're hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident, Who you choose to represent you matters. At Sweet James, our trial attorneys bring decades of courtroom experience and a deep commitment to fighting for the injured. We understand how much an accident could change your life, and we're here to help you recover, move forward. When your life has been impacted by an injury, call Sweet James. Snow in the mountains, heat in the valleys, high surf at the beach, wind in the passes.
All one day. We don't just tell you before. We tell you what it means before you know. When it hits and where it hits. Our mobile radar delivers critical changes before anyone else for your commute or school pickup. We break it down by neighborhood with alerts and updates on TV, 6 a.m. Again at 6 p.m. and on all your devices.
First alert weather, most accurate for 9 years.
Okay, ¿dónde es Owen? The hombre is Owen. Diego juega football. Victor Russo. Peligroso. Pasa atrás al área chica, un remate seco, potente golazo. So proud, mi Owencito. Why do you watch Today in LA? I love it. There's just something special about that team. It's trustworthy. I trust you. We trust the team. We trust the accurate news.
It's very accurate.
Very accurate.
And my great
It's like a one-stop shop. Find out what I need for the day.
They talk to people like you are family.
And extended family and us. That is so critical right now in the times that we're living in. Can't give it the best news ever.
As ballots for the primary election hit our mailboxes, one race to keep an eye on if you are in Long Beach is the mayor's race. The crowded field includes incumbent Rex Richardson, who's campaigning for re-election in LA County's second largest city.
And our McCollum Medina spoke with all 6 candidates to get their views on where Long Beach stands and where it's heading. Leading Long Beach in 2026 comes with some serious concerns from voters. Homelessness is still high. The city now faces an $80 million deficit. More people are killed in traffic fatalities on roads than it was expected. The question is Long Beach better off today than it was 4 years ago? Yes, all 6 candidates. Definitely not.
I don't feel like it's on the right track.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, the city is not on the right track. I don't think it's gotten better. The job's not finished and there's much more work to do. Mayor Rex Richardson, elected in 2022, says the city was still recovering from the 2020 pandemic. And under his leadership, he says the city's on the upswing. Today, we've boosted hiring. We hired 248 new police officers in the past 3 years. We saw the first reduction in homelessness and street level homelessness, which are people living on the streets, has declined 17% since we got started. Total homelessness actually increased each year since Richardson took office, except in 2024 when it saw a 2% decline. It went back up 6.5% last year. So the city's success is taking someone off the streets and putting them into one of these shelters, but they're forgotten. They're left in the cracks, and it's a repetitive cycle. When you reform programs, it requires coordinated services. So the first thing you need is acute addiction care. You need acute mental health care.
What I would do differently is I would separate the groups because I feel like a lot of it is saying we're just going towards chronic homeless instead of looking at the overall unhoused.
We got to triage it. We have to have different tiers. People who need support, activate the National Guard to homeless canvas, offer shelter and services to homeless people. We would ask those people that don't want the services to leave. We need to enforce our laws. With the city's audit of $69 million spent already on homelessness, those candidates are asking, where is the accountability? And most have no confidence in the Homeless Bureau leadership. I have no confidence right now in our current leadership. Definitely not.
No confidence. And if it was up to me, they will all be fired.
Most confidence that the city of Long Beach, our auditor, our entire team, our city management, we're going to hold every single contractor accountable. All the candidates acknowledge a spike in traffic deaths, somewhat more police writing tickets. Now we need to let the officers do their jobs, enforce tickets.
Yeah, I will crack down on these tickets.
We need enforcement. People need to know there's consequences. Long Beach has already reduced traffic speeds across our city
And in our next budget, we'll be introducing new enhancements in our traffic bureau.
Hey, there's this old technology called a speed bump. And the other big issue, the budget. Long Beach facing an $80 million deficit.
Audits are great. People are scared of audits, but that's where you want to cut the fat.
Deep jobs, but I make sure we're more efficient.
It's really about looking at where the mismanagement of this money is.
We need to cut staff, unfortunately, here at City Hall.
The last 10 years, we've hired about 600 to 800 new employees, middle managers, bureaucrats. We're going to have to look at activity and consider cutting them.
I'll introduce a balanced budget in the next 60 days, one that prioritizes services and make sure that any potential cuts are not placed on the backs of working families in our communities.
NBC4 News.
Police have detained one person in connection with a deadly shooting at Rosemead. Homicide detectives were called to Strathmore Avenue near Graves around 6:15 this morning. They found a woman suffering from at least one gunshot. She was taken to the hospital where she was pronounced dead.
It appears there was an altercation, an argument, and shots were fired. Preliminary information appears that this is an isolated incident.
At last check, no charges have been filed. Sheriff's Department is asking for any potential witnesses to come forward.
Closing arguments began today in the high-profile civil trial involving the death of a 14-year-old girl. The shooting happened just days before Christmas in 2021. Officers were called out to a Burlington coat factory in North Hollywood for reports of an assault with a deadly weapon. Once inside, officers fired at the suspect to stop him. However, one of the bullets went through a dressing room wall, killing a teenager who was inside. NBC4's Leo Lopez explains what happened today in court. Imagine if these officers just get to do anything.
Closing arguments in the civil trial brought by 14-year-old Valentina Peralta's family against the city of LA. It was just before Christmas 2021. Valentina was trying on clothes inside a Burlington dressing room in North Hollywood when she was struck. Shots fired as several other PD officers were responding to the store looking for a man who attacked two women with a bike lock. Officer William Jones testified during the weeks-long trial that he fired the high-powered rifle 3 times. The shots killed the man the officers had been searching for, and also killed Valentina when a bullet pierced the wall where she was changing. The parents did not speak to us as they left court during the recess. The attorney did.
It's a wrongful death case, but it's also a negligent infliction of emotional distress and PTSD case. Valentina's mother was holding her when she was shot with the AR-15.
Nick Rowley also says the family wants accountability from the city and LAPD.
If they were actually doing something to effectuate change and to make sure that this doesn't happen to some other family, to some other little girl, we wouldn't be here.
After the shooting, the California Attorney General determined no criminal charges would be filed against Officer Jones, saying the evidence shows he believed he was acting in self-defense or in the defense of others. In their closing, the defense asked jurors to evaluate the information the officer who was in the courtroom had during the shooting, including seeing a woman injured and a man with a bike lock, the attorney showing it in court.
And I promoted distraction. You made a decision as to what you may see in split second coming around the corner.
Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News. A federal judge has issued an apology to this man accused of trying to assassinate President Trump. Lawyers for Cole Allen say he's been on severe lockdown, even though he is not considered at risk. The Torrance native is accused of plotting to kill the president and members of his cabinet at last week's White House Correspondents' Dinner. During today's hearing, the judge told jail officials and prosecutors that Allen's conditions are unfair, but emphasized he is presumed innocent, despite the charges he's facing.
There was an exchange of gunfire on Capitol Hill this afternoon as U.S. Secret Service police shot a man near the Watt National Mall. Officers and agents were patrolling the outer perimeter of the White House when they saw a man near the grounds who appeared to have a gun. When they approached that man, he pulled out the gun and fired at officers. Secret Service returned fire and hit the man. He was taken to a hospital, but his condition at this hour is unknown. A young bystander was also grazed during the shooting, but he's going to be okay.
As the war between the U.S. and Iran drags on, President Trump says the military is guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz, starting today in an effort he's calling Project Freedom. In turn, Iran has issued a warning to the United States to stay away. As NBC's Monica Albert reports, there seems to be no end in sight for the ceasefire negotiations.
Even as the fragile ceasefire with Iran holds, U.S. Central Command says Iran has fired missiles and sent drones and small boats to target U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Military officials say U.S. attack helicopters thwarted the drones and destroyed the boats, though CENTCOM denies Iran's claim that it struck an American warship. This comes after President Trump announced Project Freedom, an effort to free up ships from countries not involved in the war that have been stranded in the strait for weeks. President posting that he told countries asking for assistance the U.S. will help get their ships and crews safely out of the critical waterway. Iran shut down the transit route after fighting began and has only tightened its stranglehold since the U.S. started its blockade on their ports. Despite the verbal volleys, the two countries are still talking about ways to end the hostilities.
Doing very well with regard to Iran. Again, they want to make a deal. They're decimated. They're having a hard time figuring out who their leader is.
But with oil tankers not moving, prices are surging, leading to even more money misery at the gas pump.
Gas prices are really, really outrageous. And then on top of the food prices. So we need to make some change. We need to make something happen.
A gallon of gas now averages $4.46. But in many parts of the country, drivers are paying more than $5 a gallon. According to data compiled by NBC News, Midwest is getting hit hard.
Believe it or not, yesterday I was at a gas station and I was in there for 20 minutes. And in 20 minutes, the gas went up $1.
The Trump administration says prices will go down once the war is over.
Gasoline, this temporary aberration will be over in a matter of weeks or months.
For many drivers, that's too long to wait.
I'm about ready to buy a horse.
CENTCOM says U.S.-guided missile destroyers are now in the Arabian Gulf as part of Project Freedom, and that 2 U.S.-flagged commercial ships have made their way successfully through the Strait of Hormuz. Monica Alba, NBC News, the White House.
Rudy Giuliani recovering from pneumonia, a spokesperson telling NBC News. The former mayor of New York remains in critical but stable condition this evening. The update comes after Giuliani was put on a mechanical ventilator over this past weekend. As of this morning, he is reportedly breathing on his own. Giuliani's team adding that he has been battling restrictive airway disease since the September 11th attacks. His spokesperson said the diagnosis adds complications to respiratory issues.
The cruise ship at the center of the deadly outbreak of hantavirus has been refused permission to dock on Cape Verde off the coast of West Africa. The virus has killed 3 people and sickened 3 others. The remaining passengers, including 17 Americans, are being isolated and monitored. The cruise operator said the ship may sail from West Africa to the Canary Islands and dock there. The World Health Organization says the ongoing risk to the general public from hantavirus is low.
Riverside's famed Mission Inn is under new ownership. We'll tell you who's taken over coming up next.
And summer fun that won't break the bank. How an LA County Library card could help keep your family entertained. And we're not just talking about books. We'll explain.
An auto accident can change your life in the blink of an eye. And dealing with the insurance companies can be overwhelming. At Larry H. Parker, we have fought the insurance companies on behalf of over 150,000 personal injury clients. We know how to get you the compensation you need to get you back on your feet, no matter what it takes. Because we believe no one should settle for less. Consultations are always free, and you pay nothing until we win. We'll fight for you.
Raised in the shadows of a street named after a dream, where the odds were stacked against him. Michael Tubbs could have run away from his roots, but he didn't. He ran towards them. He defied the odds. He followed that dream. Michael saved Stockton from bankruptcy and revitalized the economy from the bottom up. Now, Michael's running for lieutenant governor to bring his vision and his values to our state. Because when Michael sees a challenge, he runs right at it. He follows his roots.
Go from this to this in just 24 hours.
It's like hour 12.
24 hours later, Dental Implants GPS did this.
I was like, what? Wow, I have a full complete smile in one day. Couldn't believe it.
When you need full mouth dental implants, the My GPS minimally invasive system only at GPS preserves bone. You get your confidence back. You get your life back. How about a new smile for the new year? Call today.
The sun rises over SoCal. Confetti falls on downtown. Rebuilding gets underway. Storm, sunshine, gridlock, and plenty of opinions.
Love your coverage.
It's really trustworthy. We watch you every day. This is our home. We check the facts, make the second call, and break down what it means for you before you start your day.
Yes, give us the best news. You're always there.
Every day, every hour.
We know this place is a lot of work. We also know it's worth it. That's why we keep it local.
Snow in the mountains, peaked in the valleys, high surf at the beach, wind in the passes.
One day, we don't just tell you for this. We tell you what it means for your day, when it hits, and where it hits. Our mobile radar delivers critical changes before anyone else for your commute, for school pickup. We break it down by neighborhood with alerts and updates on TV at 6 a.m., again at 6 p.m., and on all your devices.
NBC4 First Alert Weather, most accurate for 9 years. Free, fun, and educational. It might just be the perfect summer activity. From state parks to museums and entertainment, the LA County Public Library has got you covered. NBC4's Lauren Coronado shows us how you can explore at no cost.
These free library perks are a great resource, especially ahead of summer. We sat down with a librarian who walked us through how you can access these passes. Let's go ahead and start with the Parks Pass program.
Our Park Pass program offers access to over 200 state parks across California.
Access to free parking. Check out the list of participating state parks.
This park has been checked out over 28,000 times across our over 80 locations.
From state beaches in San Diego to parks along the Central Coast and up north too. Librarian Jose Parra says all you need is an LA County library card, and that's free too.
You just need to come into any of our locations, fill out an application, and get your card. To redeem the Park Pass program, you do need to be 18 years of age and older.
Then you can check out the pass from any LA County Public Library branch. And that pass is good for 2 weeks, really great for road trips, pit stops along the way. Now let's talk about Discover and Go.
Discover and Go gives community access to museums across LA County, including the LA County Natural History Museum, Liberty Archives, the California Botanical Garden.
You can make a reservation online up to 3 months in advance. New tickets are released on the 1st of every month on a first come, first served basis. So you'll want to keep an eye on the latest offerings. You'll also want to double check with the venue before making a reservation. For some museums, passes are restricted to 1 per calendar per year. So check before you print your pass and go. And one more thing, you can have up to 2 active reservations at a time.
Offer the community a great way for entertainment, for education, and just a fun family day out.
That was Lauren Coronado reporting for us. Riverside's historic Mission Inn and Spa is being sold. The new owner is the San Manuel Nation Tribe. The tribe has not yet announced its plans for the 238-room hotel in downtown Riverside. Many know the inn for its spectacular holiday displays and its mission revival architecture. This deal should close at the end of the month.
We're going to step outside right now and give you a live look from Universal City on this Monday evening. Meteorologist David Baker here now with your first alert forecast. So overhead, and as we go into the overnight hours for tonight, the clouds are going to be sticking around, as well as the chance of maybe getting some drizzle or some light rainfall. Here's what it looks like by midnight. You can see plenty of these little green spots on here, an indication of the drizzle or the light rain. I don't think everybody's going to see some activity, but we will have some areas that maybe get a couple more raindrops, but it just won't really amount to much. As we go through the morning hours and head into Tuesday morning, we're going to pause right here at 8 a.m. The air forecast responsible for all this activity is now starting to shift its position off to the east a little bit. We may actually start off with some breaks of some clear skies and some sunshine in a few areas, but as we go through the day, it's going to play out very similar to today, where we get a lot of clouds banked up against some of the mountains, and we just kind of stay on the cloudy side of things throughout parts of the IE, the San Gabriel Valley, and the San Fernando Valley, with more clearing expected as you get closer and closer to the coastline. As we go through the overnight hours from Tuesday into Wednesday, you can see that everything starts to break up a little bit. So by 9 p.m., we're just holding on to a little bit of cloud cover. And then for Wednesday, we're going to start off the morning maybe with just some patchy fog and a few patches of low clouds. but it does look like everything clears out pretty quickly for the rest of Wednesday. And that is it for the cloud cover, at least as we go through the next couple of days. One other thing for tomorrow that'll be just like today, the wind. As we go through the morning hours, 8 a.m., you see the winds are relatively light, a little breezy across the high desert. But as we go into the afternoon, just like today, we'll start to see some breezy conditions pick up across the region where you can see, especially around the coastal areas, we have wind gusts in maybe about the 20 to 35 mile per hour range. Also pretty gusty across portions of the high desert floor and especially through some of the passes as you head out to the low desert. But that's just for tomorrow. Then as we go to the next couple of days, it's all about a warm-up. So we'll be going away from the temperatures that we have for tomorrow, which will be mainly at about the mid-60s. We're going to be heading to temperatures in the 80s and maybe even the 90s in some spots. 65 in Lancaster tomorrow, 67 degrees in West Covina as well as Anaheim, 65 in Thousand Oaks as well as downtown LA, and 44 degrees in Big Bear. Let me show you a 7-day forecast. We'll show you how quickly things are going to change. Bases on top, coastlines down below. You see the upper 60s for the basin for tomorrow, then it's the mid 70s for Wednesday, upper 70s to low 80s as we head for the weekend. You also see some fog loading there for Thursday and Friday. The high pressure building in over the west coast that's going to bring us the warmth. Also might bring back the marine there, so we'll have some fog along the coastline as well. And we'll just keep warming up as we head into next week. Valleys are on top, IE forecast is down below. For tomorrow, maybe some spotty drizzle, 60s. Then we warm up almost 10 degrees into Wednesday, another 10 degrees into Thursday. We keep warming up into the weekend, potentially into the low to mid 90s as we get to the start of next week. High desert's on top. Low desert forecast is down below. Breezy for tomorrow. We were just looking at that with the wind feature cast. Mid 60s. Then we jump into the 80s as we get into Wednesday. And we keep warming into the mid to upper 90s heading into the weekend and the start of next week. And for the mountains, a chance that we might get some light rain showers for tomorrow. Temperatures will be in the 40s. We jump into the 60s by Wednesday. We keep warming up into the low to mid 70s as we get into the weekend and the start of next week. That's a your forecast. Back over to you guys.
All right, Mario's here now as we look ahead to tomorrow's big Lakers video.
Vegas right now. They're not giving the Lakers a shot at this series, but you know what? They got to play the games, right? The Lakers are ready for OKC, but what is up with Luka? That is next on the C4 Sports.
I'm Young Kim. I approve this message.
Kim Calvert's been in office 34 years. Just became a professional politician. Voted with Pelosi over 5,000 times, sabotaging President Trump's agenda. Slapped in the face to see funding go to illegal immigrants. While Calvert's own net worth went up $15 million. How are they doing that on what the taxpayers are paying? Ken Calvert is serving himself.
Come to the bright side in San Diego.
If you've been through an accident, who you choose to represent you matters. Being part of your community matters. Experience matters. The attorneys at Sweet James Accident Attorneys have decades of experience helping injured people get through some of the toughest times in their lives. When you're hurting and need someone to fight for you, put Sweet James Accident Attorneys by your side.
Two debates.
One defining night.
NBC4 and Telemundo 52 present Decision 2026.
Mayoral and gubernatorial debate. Join us live right here from this Cabral Cultural Center in partnership with LAU.
We get answers about cases impacting you.
Safety, health, affordability, and what's next for Los Angeles and California.
Your community, your candidates, your station.
The mayoral debate at 5, the gubernatorial at 7. Wednesday on NBC4, Telemundo 52.
This is the NBC4 Sports Days with Farmington Cities.
Here we go. Lakers on the eve of their second round playoff series. It's going to be a tall order trying to knock off the defending champion OKC Thunder. The team working out today before making the trip to the big friendly. Austin Reeves played a couple of years of college ball at the Sooner State. That's why they call him Hillbilly Kobe. The Lakers are huge underdogs going into the series. Vegas predicting the Thunder will sweep. But hey, this is positive right here. Luka Doncic putting up a few shots, which is a great sign. JJ Redick
we've got a question for you.
I don't have any updates on that.
I guess not. Going into OKC will be a tough task. The crowd gets after it, and the Lakers need to find a way to keep the Thunder from going on one of those crazy scoring sprees. Marcus Smart couldn't agree more.
Morning, understanding just about it's sticking to the thing that they're gonna run with it. They said they need to finish things. They're best to do it. So it's a better to stop those runs, but you try your best not to let these spin over and go from 10 to 20. And that's what thunderous, you can hear the floor shaking at bleachers, you can't hear a play call. Be super dialed in, just defending champs. It has been in atmospheres and high games, and they ran for the team, to do their thing. So we just gotta come super prepared and just dial out all the noise and just come in and play together.
We have faith in DA. He's going to have a great series. Game 1 tomorrow night, right here on NBC4, 5:30 tip. Game 1 between the Sixers and the Knicks from the Garden. Not sure if Philly was still celebrating their Game 7 win over Boston over the weekend, but they got absolutely destroyed tonight. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 35, and Mets Francisco Lindor seems to be having a really good time. Jimmy Fallon excited about this Carl Anthony Towns dunk. There goes Cat, blasting past his buddy Joel Embiid. Knicks in a rout, 137-98. Go to baseball, Dodgers in Houston. Just a handful of guys remain from the 2017 World Series team. Kyle Tucker was not on that team that stole the World Series. He was called up the year after, but he takes it out on his old team anyway with a solo shot. His 4th of the year, Dodgers up 4-2. Later in the inning, Freddie Freeman steps up. He's got runners at the corners. He lines one to center. Cam Smith fields the ball right there, allowing Otani to score from first. Dodgers take the opener 8-3. Yoshi Yamamoto racking up his 3rd win of the year. And finally, 2-time defending American League Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal is expected to miss at least 2 months following surgery on his left elbow today. That is a big blow for the Tigers, who are tied for first in the AL Central with Cleveland.
This has been the Sports Desk with Mark Solis.
I'm Sheriff Chad Bianco. Typical politicians don't have the guts to tackle our big problems. As sheriff, I've deported drug traffickers. I've locked up murderers and those who prey on children and our seniors. As your governor, I'll eliminate state income tax, protect girls' sports, and put child molesters away for life with no parole. I'm Chad Bianco, and I'm running for governor because California needs a leader tough enough to stand up for us.
Chad Bianco for governor.
I was on the way. I just hit me. I nowhere. I just didn't know what to do. My bag was hurting. My leg was hurting. So I just Googled. I got in an accident. One of the first names that popped up was Jacoby Myers. But I appreciate the bums with Jacoby Myers that they were always there. They Jimmy and Paolo Stephen Hall doing the process. I have 4 daughters. Need to make sure that I have somebody on my side. Because of the settlement, I was able to spend more time with my family, get healthy. Hiring Jacoby Myers was the best choice today.
Jacoby Myers for the justice you deserve.
To celebrate 40 years, Yamaha Resort and Casino at San Manuel is rolling out the biggest names in entertainment. Bob Dylan, Gabriel Iglesias, Eric Church, Christina Aguilera, Imagine Dragons, Snoop Dogg, Wu-Tang Clan, and more. Buy tickets and check out the full lineup at YamahaTheater.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Yamaha Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in?
Raised in the shadows of a street named after a dream, where the odds were stacked against him, Michael Tubbs could have run away from his roots, but he didn't. He ran towards them. He defied the odds. He followed that dream. Michael saved Stockton from bankruptcy and revitalized the economy from the bottom up. Now, Michael's running for lieutenant governor to bring his vision and his values to our state. Because when Michael sees a challenge, he runs right at it. He follows his roots.
A soldier's happy homecoming from deployment caught his only niece by surprise. Hello. Those are tears of joy. The town of Sergeant Bluff, Iowa held a welcome home parade for Tristan Vandershoff, but His reunion with his niece had to wait a few days, and it happened in the very same classroom where Tristan was a student years ago. He and his niece Ember so happy to be reunited.
I love those two.
Yeah.
So cute. Well, that's going to do it for the special edition of the NBC4 News. California Live is coming up next.
And I'll see you back here tonight for the NBC4 News at 11.
Extraordinary summer started at Ashley's Memorial Day sale. Discover hot buys starting at just $249 for limited time kits. Present this for 60 months. This power refining sofa only $44 per month. And save up to 90% on plus samples and closeouts. Only at Ashley. Wondering who's watching your tax dollars? It's not Kenneth Mejia. In 4 years as controller, Mejia only did 11 audits of city spending. His predecessor did 108. While billions were wasted, Mejia demanded a 167% increase in spending for his own office. Zach Sokoloff will actually do the job as controller, aggressively auditing city government and demanding real transparency to root out fraud and abuse. Zach Sokoloff for change for LA controller.
The feet have really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. The right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, you're going to feel better and you're not going to have to spend so much time worrying, thinking about your pain.
See if arch supports can help you. I think so. Summer memories start at Ashley during the Memorial Day sale. Create your new favorite hangout with up to 25% off. For limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months. Going on now, only at Ashley.
Everyone, welcome to California Live, where we bring you the very best of the Golden State. I'm your host, Jessica Beatrice. Thanks for joining us. Let's kick things off with a Los Angeles man who's turning his lifelong love of plants into a movement. Louis Easton, better known as the Plants Mon, has become LA's go-to plant concierge, sharing his expertise and passion with the community. California Live correspondent Layla Mohammed headed to Highland Park to discover the best plants to bring into your home. Ring them optional.
Okay, if you're like me, you probably really want to be a great plant keeper, but you struggle with how to keep your plant alive and thriving. We're going to take the guesswork out. It's Louis Easton. He's better known as the Plant Mon.
How y'all doing out there?
See, Louis? So the first thing we're talking about is the name, Plant Mon. Where did it come from?
Wow. Ask that. That's the number one question. You know what? When I was into makeup and culture, I love what they opened up to me. They embraced me, showed me all the things there make what happening. So I took a little bit of that back home.
We got a plant line. It's a good love though for plants. It runs pretty deep. That started with your child, right?
Yes, my father instilled this with me. He was a horticulturist, very professional, working in the plant business. And when I say the plant business, he was a merchandiser slash sales representative for a major nursery. Started going there with him. He types with grasshopper, learned how to merchandise these plants, learn about different types of plants and trees and ground covers, all that. I keep on.
And we sound pretty lucky here in California because a lot of plants can really live and work well in our homes because of where we live.
Yes, and you can mimic that tropical environment, that humidity where they come from, because we have more of a dry heat or about clean brown heat. And so with that, these plants do well in the home, but you just have to watch the face and things you put them in.
You said there are 5 air purifying plants that we should all consider adding in our home.
Okay. And there's more, but I just wanted to make sure I started with the 5 so people can really digest that. And some of them we've already seen before.
Yeah, the first one we said is pretty easy to keep alive. I think this is my first plant. I'm pretty sure it died. So what's this first one?
People have heard it as mother-in-law's tongue, snake plant, sword plant. This plant is one of those beginner plants because it's low maintenance, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want to overwater." So I said, "This is one if you don't water it,
It's what, twice a month or so?
twice a
Wow, that's very. I love that. What's the second one?
This is the marginata, the dragon tree. And this is also a great plant to have in a home. It releases oxygen during the day, but it can take out certain air toxins like benzene. A great plant to have. And let's move on to the other third plant, which is the pothos. The pothos plant is a more viney plant, so that would be one you can have hang down from a shelf. Also, it can take out certain air toxins and odors.
This is what I love that you said. We might want to bring the tropics home to us.
Of course, it's called the birds of paradise. Now, it is a hybrid. It's not going to grow that flower. It's more going to grow the lush green leaves. But if you can't make it to the Caribbean or these tropical places like Hawaii, you can have paradise in your home today.
And this final one right here is beautiful.
Oh, Droxina Lisa. It sounds like one of my cousins. Now, Droxina is amazing because I used to look at a lot of my old albums, was my parents' old albums and see things. My father had a lot of plants, but one that I seen in his man cave was the Droxina Lisa or the Droxina.
We have to consider the repotting process, right?
Right. You want it to acclimate. So what I want to show you is how to repot some of these plants. We're not going to do big ones today, but we're going to just learn how to repot after you have it.
All right, let's figure it out. So what's our first step in repotting?
Well, see, you have a 4-inch snake plant. It's the snake plant. We love it. See the tallest leaves? This is super tall. It's definitely taller than the pot. This is the 4-inch pot that it's in. So it would definitely outgrow this pot. Definitely get a pot that bite, but I also say as a new plant parent, you want to make sure you're getting pots that have drainage holes. Terracotta is porous, so a lot of water can evaporate.
Okay, so we have our pot. You said now we need to make sure we have a right source.
Right. You want to make sure you're getting indoor potting soil, indoor plant potting soil, because if you're using other soil, it may be too moist.
So how do you know how to put it in?
Awesome question. So usually, if you don't take it out right away, you definitely want to put a base of soil in first, and from there, I use this as alignment to measure it. So
This pot and
yes, so line. So I think we put a little bit more,
okay.
and then I'll start massaging. And what you want to do is you want to massage this all the way around to keep that root ball. You'll know you've done it right.
Oh, it comes right out. Yeah.
And you see it's still intact.
Yeah.
So now I can place it there and it's actually level and I can start spreading the rest of the soil. And you want to always compact the soil as you're doing it.
It's great to try. Five air purifying plants with plants to show everybody today. So you put all that in there and how to care for it.
For sure. And just the journey of being plant.
Lil is the plant farm. It's so wonderful to meet you. Thank you. I learned so much today. Maybe I'll be better.
Weird.
Thanks, Layla. You know, this is really inspiring me to test out my plant involvement skills. Next up, I have got some yoga with some gorgeous Malibu ocean views. Sounds great. California Live's Amber Pfister finds her zen in Malibu at Woken Space. Jesse, thank you so much for having me to Woken Space. This is probably one of the prettiest views I've ever seen to do yoga.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, we started this place about a year ago, and the whole idea is just to provide a place that's a catalyst for people's positive evolution some way or another, whether that's taking yoga classes or other offerings.
Listen, this place is already making me feel very zen, especially in a crazy 2026 that we're already in. So I'm glad this space is here. You said that you opened about a year ago and then had to close right away because of the wildfires. Tell me what that experience was like. It's probably pretty heartbreaking.
It was very surreal. After working for well over a year to get this place open, we encountered fires. I mean, I feel mostly grateful that our experience wasn't as traumatic as but still, it was really surreal and quite a disruption for our business. We're happy to be back in the swing of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like you're bringing so much to the community and now that you're up and running. Tell me what a Woken Space What does this experience look like? What do we offer?
We have some of the best yoga classes you'll find anywhere. Very sophisticated, knowledgeable teachers offering accessible programming as far as yoga, but also Tai Chi, breath work, Tibetan yoga. And we also have events here, musical events, sound baths, we have electric sound bath coming. And we just try to have an environment that helps facilitate people operating, like let's help them and sharing it with other people.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about your personal story. Why did you decide to open up this space?
My background is originally in music, and then during the pandemic, I started offering a Malibu ritual jam and shamanic sound at my home here in Malibu, and also I have a background in Tibetan yoga. So I was teaching Tibetan yoga, sound healing, and dream yoga, which is a Tibetan practice, at my home. And then I thought, what a wonderful thing it would be to have a space on the PCH. So that was sort of the origins of it. I did a lot of research for months. And finally, once I in the space, I saw you. I thought
This is it.
it resonated. Yeah.
Absolutely. Something that's very unique that you offer that I have not seen before is when you walk in, it looks like a store from books to records to small gifts. Tell me that because I feel like everything is handpicked by you.
Yes, a lot of love and care to every aspect and element of this space, and including the shop. So we're fully half shop as far as our intention. We have hundreds of books and also vinyl records and art and objects around the world. Tribal communities in Peru, Mexico, to housewives in North Carolina. Objects are all special, intended to help people one way or another. And then same with the books and the records. Everything's very carefully selected. And yeah, we're just trying to help people one way or another.
Yeah, I can tell that from you. I feel like there is so much passion when it comes to whether it's wellness, yoga, even handpicking little gifts that mean something to you, and you want it to, mean something to someone. So thank you for bringing us into your little world here. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you so much.
I can feel that Zen energy from all the way over here. Thanks, Amber. And still to come on California Live, we're going to show you how to whip up rich, decadent French style hot chocolate with just 5.
Raised in the shadows of a street named after a dream, where the odds were stacked against him, Michael Tubbs could have run away from his roots, but he didn't. He ran towards them. He defied the odds. He followed that dream. Michael saved Stockton from bankruptcy and revitalized the economy from the bottom up. Now, Michael's running for lieutenant governor to bring his vision and his values to our state. Because when Michael sees a challenge, he runs right at it. He follows his roots.
Accidents never happen at a good time.
We know you've been injured. You're scared, confused, and have questions. Cost you nothing out of pocket to hire us, and we only get paid when we win your case.
We're here for you and your family. The call is always confidential and always free.
Not all personal injury law firms are the same. Experience counts. Results matter. If your case is important to you, call us now for a free consultation.
Everyone, welcome to California Live, where we bring you the very best of the Golden State. I'm your host, Jessica Cheese. Thanks for joining us. Let's kick things off with a Los Angeles man who's turned his lifelong love of plants into a movement. Louis Easton, better known as the Plantsman, has become LA's go-to plant concierge, sharing his expertise and passion with the community. California Live correspondent Layla Mohammed headed to Highland Park to discover the best plants to bring into your home, green thumb optional.
Okay, if you're like me, you probably really want to be a great plant parent, but you struggle with how to keep your plant alive and thriving. We're here to take the guesswork out. Is Louis East, and he's known as the plant pod.
How y'all doing out there?
So good to see you, boys. So the first thing I want to talk about is the name plant pod. Where did it come from? Wow.
Ask that. This is the number one question. You know what? When I was in Jamaica with family, culture, I love everything. They embrace me so all the things they are making what's happening. I took that back home. I kept I think that
So you love both the plants. It runs pretty deep. This started for his father.
yes, my father is still this to me. He was a horticulturist, very professional, working in the plant business. And when I say the plant business, he was a merchandiser slash sales representative for major nurseries. So I would go there with him, meet high through grasshoppers, learn how to merchandise these plants, learn about different types of plants and trees and ground covers.
So we're pretty lucky here in California because a lot of plants can really live and work well in our homes because of where we live.
Yes, and you can mimic that tropical environment, that humidity where they come from, because we have more of a dry heat or a brown heat. And so with that, these plants do well in the home, but you just have to watch the spaces that they can put them in.
You said there are 5 air purifying plants that we should all consider having in our
Of course. And there's more, but I just wanted to make sure I started with 5 so people can really digest that. And some of them they've already seen before.
Yeah, but it's like you said, it's pretty easy to keep alive. I think this is my first plant. I'm pretty sure it died. So what's this first one?
People have heard it as mother-in-law's tongue, snake plant, sword plant. This plant is one of those beginner plants because it's low maintenance, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, for water." So I said, "This is one with forgiveness. We don't water it.
It's what, twice a month or so?
Twice a month.
Okay. I love that. What's the second one?
This is the marginata, the dragon tree, and this is also a great plant to have in a home. It releases oxygen during the day, but it can take out certain air constantly like benzene. A great plant to have. And let's move on to the other third plant, which is the photo. The photos plant is a more viney plant, so that will be one you can have hang down from a shelf. Also, it can take out certain air toxins and odors.
This is what I love that you said we might want to bring the tropics home to us, bro.
Of course, it's called the birds of paradise. Now, it is a hybrid. It's not going to grow that flower. It's more going to grow the lush green leaves. But if you can't make it to the Caribbean or these tropical places like Hawaii, you can have paradise in your home too.
This final one right here is beautiful.
Oh, Droxina Lisa. Sounds like one of my cousins. Now, Droxina is amazing because I used to look at a lot of my photo albums, which was my parents' photo albums, and see things. My father had a lot of plants, but one that I seen in his man cave was the Droxina Lisa or the Droxina cave.
It's in a repotting process, right?
Right. You want it to acclimate. So what I want to show you is how to repot some of these plants. We're not going to do big ones today, but we're going to just learn how to repot and how to plant.
Check it out. So what's our first step in repot?
Well, see, you have a 4-inch snake plant. It's the snake plant. Love it. See the tallest leaves? This is super tall. It's definitely tougher than the pot. It's 4 inch pot for this in. So it would definitely outgrow this pot. Definitely get a pot fight. But I also say as a new plant parent, you want to make sure you get it positive range. Terracotta is porous, so a lot of water evaporating.
Okay, so we have our pot. We said now we need to make sure we have a right source.
Make sure you're getting indoor potting soil, indoor plant potting soil, because if you're using other soils, it may be too moist.
So how do you know how much to put in?
Awesome question. So usually you don't take it out right away. You definitely want to put a base of soil in first, and from there I use this as a lining to measure it. So yes, a line. So I think we put a little bit more, and then I'll start massaging. And what you want to do is you want to massage this pot all the way around to keep that root all out. You know you've done it right.
Oh, it comes right out. Yeah.
And you see it's still intact. Yeah. So now I can place it there and it's actually level. And I can start spreading the rest of the soil around. And you want to.
They told us survive 25. Now it's 2026 and you just try to resist.
We used to be able to make a life here. Now the monopolies are taking their jobs overseas.
Once the industry's gone, it's not coming back. Tom gets it. Tom has a plan to bring production back to LA.
Have single payer healthcare. so I can see the doctor in between gigs.
We need a governor who sees the crisis in front of us and knows how to help. That's Tom.
After a car accident, beware of insurance companies bearing small checks. If you've been injured, you may feel pressure to settle too soon and for too little money. Don't be fooled. The minute you sign, your claim is over, no matter how serious your injuries are or how many bills come in later. Choose Jacoby and Myers. For over 50 years, we've turned low insurance offers into big settlements. Call us and find out what we can win for you. Jacoby and Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Why do you watch Staying LA? I love it. There's just something special about that team. Trustworthy. I trust you. We trust it. We trust the accurate use.
It's very accurate.
Very accurate.
To get my rhythm, my traffic, my braking.
It's like a one-stop shop. Find out what I need for the day.
They tell us what you want family.
An extended family, and for us, that is so critical right now in the times that we're living in. Get through the best years ever. Tell me your comments.
Off of indoor rowing classes. Did you know that there are numerous rowing clubs throughout California that take the sport outdoors? There are so many benefits to rowing. Today I'm going to give you behind the scenes look at a typical rowing club right here in beautiful Los Gatos, California. So let's go.
That's Coach Jaime Bennett, whose knowledge and expertise has helped earn the Los Gatos Rowing Club multiple honors and awards.
I oversee all of the programs that we offer for about our 300 members. We offer program for middle school, high school, and then adults. We travel all over the country competing against different clubs. And we actually went into last year we sent I think 16 boats to the national championship. And I think 9 of them ended up coming in the top 6 in the country. So that's I think a pretty amazing feat for our club. I think every day, I think as coaches, we're kind of, we push our asses, but at the same time, we're amazed at what they really can do at such a young age. So there you go, full stress rowing. Whenever you're ready, you go ahead and give it a call.
Third section, ready? I forgot how heavy these floats are.
We got the chance to get out on the water with Los Gatos Rowing Club, and after just a few minutes, that feeling of being a part of the team came right back to me, as well as the full body workout.
Well, rowing, I think, is basically the best full body workout. It's kind of a somewhat like swimming is, but you have a little bit more resistance and have a little bit more power. So for people who have a lot of injuries or running or like that, or maybe concussions from other sports, it's a great cross to help with recovery.
Whether you're young or young at heart, rowing is the type of sport that can build lifelong relationships and teach enduring lessons.
It's one of those sports that you can start young, you can start later on in life, but can really carry you through. So as old as you want to be a rower. The run can be very open, very exciting. Always welcoming more and more people into the rowing club. So if you're interested, I'd say get in contact with your local rowing club, get in contact with LGOC, and we will find a way to get you out on the water because we know how transformative it can be just to spend even a little bit of time in this room.
I agree 100%. Being out there rowing with them, I wanted to bring her to myself.
30 tomorrow morning, we got practice. Ready to get up.
Okay, I better get to bed early. Thank you so much, Hanson.
I'm Young Kim. I approve this message.
Ken Calvert's been in office for 34 years. Just became a professional politician.
Voted with Pelosi over 5,000 times, sabotaging President Trump's agenda.
Slap in the face to see funding go to illegal immigrants. While Calvert's own net worth went up $15 billion. How are they doing that on what the taxpayers are paying? Ken Calvert is serving himself.
You know what makes my firm different? We focus on you. We focus on telling you your story. This accident has impacted your life, your family, and your future. And when you tell your story to the insurance companies, we tell a story that demands action. When you're more than just a case number, that's when real results happen. At Sweet James, if you've been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, we deliver results that matter because your recovery is our priority. So if you or a loved one have been hurt in an accident, call now for a free consultation.
on to the bright side of San Diego.
Hola, Sofía. Hola, Owen. Here, no, español. Okay, tu nombre es Owen. Mi nombre es Owen.
Diego?
Ellos juegan football. Dangeroso. Peligroso.
Más pasión, más música. Lo que viene tocando por este sector, la pelota.
Pasa atrás al área chica. Un grande seco, potente golazo.
So proud, mi jovencito.
Welcome back to California Live. For more than 160 years, the promise of the California Gold Rush has drawn visitors to Columbia State Historic Park. And one family is still digging into that legacy. California Live visits Matlock Gulch Mining Company, a family business since 1964, to learn how to pan for gold. Plus, we'll find out if there's still treasure to be found in these historic California hills. Beyond the history books, the gold rush lives on at Columbia State Historic Park. Howdy. This frontier remains active today and at Matlock Gulch Mining Company. 60 years of family tradition proves that the hunt for California gold is far from over.
We've been family owned and operated since 1964. My family brought this building here on a flatbed truck a couple miles down the road called Racetrack Road. Which was actually an old horse racetrack in town back then. And so we developed our business. My grandmother and her late husband did, and now I'm my daughter's fourth generation. So my grandma's late husband, Nels Lillen, he was kind of known as a master blaster. So he had a lot of expertise in mining. And so he's the one that founded this with a friend of his. And so he's now passed. He's been gone a long time now, but my grandma kept it going and developed the business as time went on. This was the second largest city in California. It was booming with people that were here to prospect. It only takes one person to start a gold rush, and it's word of mouth, and that's what happened here. And so Columbia is still an operating town. It's not considered where everyone vacated.
Columbia has evolved from a rough mining hub into a premier educational destination where history comes alive, even with the people in the town wearing full period outfits. And experts insist the gold never disappeared. It's simply waiting beneath the surface to be discovered.
In fact, they estimate that we've only scratched the surface at 20%. There's actually 80% they're estimating that have not been found yet. So gold can be very deep in the ground.
And what has been the biggest gold discovery in the area?
There's been many of them, actually, but the largest one, I think, to date is the one that was found by Sonora Mining Company. That was when they were located in Jamestown.
That discovery happened in 1992 at the Harvard Mine in nearby Jamestown. The massive 44-pound crystalline gold specimen is kept at the Ironstone Heritage Museum. With gold prices currently soaring, gold fever is still alive. But if you want to pan for it, it takes mastering specific skills to have a better chance to strike it rich.
So people come here to our establishment to learn how to pan for gold. So it's a good educational experience. If people have never panned before, they can come to us and learn how to pan. In the area itself, especially throughout Tuolumne County, there's a lot of great opportunities for gold panning. Gold is very heavy, and it's important to know how gold behaves in a gold pan. So when you're trying to find gold, you really want to scrape the bottom deep of wherever you're panning at, whether it's a panning trough, a riverbed, even in cracks or even in tree roots collect gold as well. Gold's very heavy. So you really want to dig deep for it. It's not going to be something that you're just going to find easily at the surface. There's rare occasions where maybe you stumble upon it. That's what they were doing here back in the 1850s. They were stumbling upon it. So that's upon luck. And then the hard work begins after that. If you really want to find it, you have to move a lot of material and dig really deep. And so the gold, when you're panning, gold is so heavy. So when we show you that technique on how to pan, the gold will stay in place. It's not going to swirl around the pan like fool's gold would. Fool's gold behaves much differently. It isn't ore, it's iron, but it's not as heavy as gold.
How do you pan for gold? Fill your pan with pay dirt and shake it underwater. Tilt and dip the pan to wash away lighter rocks and sand. Finish with a gentle swirl and hopefully you'll spot some shimmering nuggets. If you don't walk away with a fortune, Don't worry, the time spent here is still worth its weight in gold. Well, that's the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Cozy TV, the home of wholesome TV hits, now has 2.5 men. Actually, kind of like Brian. Do what I want.
No, but I trust you.
2.5 men every weeknight on Cozy TV.
When news breaks, it happens here. But the story happens here. Being here is what matters.
Tonight, and bonus, we're here for
NBC Nightly News with Tom Youngs.
I'm Sheriff Chad Bianco. Typical politicians don't have the guts to tackle our big problems. As sheriff, I've deported drug traffickers. I've locked up murderers and those who prey on our children and our seniors. As your governor, I'll eliminate the state income tax, protect girls' sports, and put child molesters away for life with no parole. I'm Chad Bianco, and I'm running for governor because California needs a leader tough enough to stand up for us.
Chad Young for governor.
Dad, everyone asked me the same question. What's my case worth? Some lawyers, they give you a number right over the phone. They're guessing. They're telling you what you want to hear just to get your call. After 50 years of experience, the law offices of Larry H. Parker doesn't guess. We build a plan. The real question is not what your case is worth today. It's how much more we can make it worth. That's what real know-how looks like. The law offices of Larry H. Parker will fight for you.
Raised in the shadows of a street named after a dream, where the odds were stacked against him, Michael Tubbs could have run away from his roots. He ran towards them. He defied the odds. He followed that dream. Michael saved Stockton from bankruptcy and revitalized the economy from the bottom up. Now, Michael's running for lieutenant governor to bring his vision and his values to our state. Because when Michael sees a challenge, he runs right at it. He follows his roots.
snow in the mountains, heat in the valleys, high surf at the beach, wind in the passes.
One day, you just turn 40. Let me tell you what it means for your day. When it's and where it's. Our mobile radar delivers critical changes or anyone else for your commute or school pickup. We break it down by neighborhood with alerts and updates on TV at 6 a.m. Again at 6 p.m. and on all their devices.
NBC4 First Alert Weather, most accurate for 9 years.
It's not the Gala night, but this year, all that style comes with some uncharacteristic controversy, too. Access Hollywood starts right now.
It's no longer an event that you hope to be invited for. It could be waiting now.
So it'll be really interesting to see who shows up on Monday. But has the Bezos backlash actually impacted which stars are participating or separating the rumor from the reality? Then only we've got access to the ultra exclusive spot where the festivities begin.
What people don't know is that the red carpet at the Met Gala starts here at the Mark Hotel.
His order to continue in her mental health and substance treatment.
Britney's out of rehab and back to dancing as her DUI deal is determined in court today. And Olivia Wilde directly addresses concerns over her appearance. Would that be best ever looked? No.
He either needs to get married or he needs to find success. Got through the world's richest dog searches for that special someone to share it with us. Turned into the ball. Love accents on your father. I love that.
Vancouver tech billionaire Jeff Bezos and his wife, Florence Sanchez Bezos, are facing controversy today after dropping $10 million to be named lead sponsors and honorary co-chairs of tonight's Met Gala, with some online saying they fought their way into chairing this exclusive event.
I'd like to say how grateful I am to be in this room. She and her husband Jeff have shown with this event that they genuinely care about giving back.
No mention of the controversy this morning when Lauren and Met Gala lead chairperson Anna Wintour spoke at a press conference on the steps of the Met. Last night, Lauren and Jeff attended Anna's Met Gala pre-party, the pair arriving hand in hand.
When Anna called me and said, do you want to co-chair and also be the sponsors of the Met, I was so honored.
The couple's participation is casting a bit of a shadow over tonight's gala. Since Jeff has been a proponent of the government's ICE policies. Activists have placed posters around the city and are calling for celebrities to boycott. Some commentary on social media has been scathing. They're sponsoring not out of generosity, they're sponsoring because that's their tickets in. 40% of the tickets have not sold, and they are slashing prices on them to try to get people in the door. In downtown New York today, that elementary star Lisa Ann Walter emceed a Ball Without Billionaires, a protest fashion show countering the Met Gala.
There's one guy, one very big, very bald billionaire who wants to make the Met Gala all about him. But what's that even about? How did an event that's supposed to celebrate creativity, artistry, and fabulousness in all genders end up revolving around this Temu Lex Luthor?
While many believe Meryl Streep might finally attend this year because of this weekend's release of The Devil Wears Prada 2, she will not be there. Though headlines have associated this with the Bezos involvement, her rep has put that rumor to rest, saying in a statement, Meryl has been invited to the Met Gala for many years, but has never attended. While she appreciates Vogue, Anna, and her incredible imagination and stamina, it has never quite been her scene. Met Gala regular Zendaya will not be attending tonight, but that's likely because she needs a break from the spotlight after recent press tours. Bella Hadid and Taraji P. Henson have made their feelings clear. Both liked an anti-Bezos post. Taraji writing, I'm so confused by some people that are going. What are we doing? Well, this actually won't be the couple's first appearance at the Met Gala. They attended together back in 2024.
All right, well, now, who's dancing with the stars? Miracle champ Robert Irwin and his mom Terry brought the Outback to Las Vegas as they hosted the Steve Irwin Gate, the annual event celebrating the life and legacy of the original wildlife warrior who passed away 20 years ago.
About Gala has always been, it's supporting very important work that is serious and that is, really changing the world, but also it's about approaching it with a sense of enthusiasm, passion, and fun. I think that's what Dad would want. An event like this to feel like a celebration.
A celebration indeed, but missing from the festivities was Robert's sister Mindy, who stayed in Australia due to health issues. She did send a message that was played inside the event.
But sometimes
Robert and Terry revealed that Mindy's daughter Grace, who never met Steve, helps keep his legacy alive.
She now watches Grandpa Crocodile documentaries, and she lets me know that I'm in them too. So, that's you.
It's interesting to see with Grace, like that heroine image is there. Like, she is an absolute, 110% type of girl,
Robert's Dancing with the Stars partner Whitney Carson joined him at the gala. The two treat the audience to a dance.
Just get an excuse to dance again with Whitney. I'm like, sign me up, put me in, coach. It's great.
And Whitney, along with her two sons, Leo and Jed, share their enthusiasm for teaming up with Robert once again.
Oh, we are so excited. We're big fans of Robert Irwin and the Irwin family. They've really bonded with Robert and all the animals at the zoo. So we care a lot about this charity and everything that it represents.
And we were with Robert and Whitney as they rehearsed for their dance. We're going to have that for you on Wednesday. Right now, let's get to Britney Spears. It's been exactly 2 months since she was arrested for a DUI after being pulled over for driving erratic. Then, Britney learned her fate at her wedding. Britney back dancing and posting on social media just hours ahead of her DUI arraignment in the Ventura County Courthouse this morning.
This year's understanding is that in terms of conditions that first suffered, but which had the trial.
As expected, Britney was not in court as her attorneys accepted a plea deal for a, quote, wet reckless charge instead of a DUI. The singer received a 1-year probation and must enroll in a 3-month alcohol education program, as well as keep up with her mental health and substance treatment, among other restrictions.
I was so immediately intrigued because I do love the city.
It would be wild. You can do regrets. A piece of wind as if you're a resurrected corpse.
Listen, that's a fish island. You guys ever live? No. Yeah. It's startling.
Olivia Wilde and her brother Charlie poking fun after the internet went crazy over a recent social media clip of Olivia from the San Francisco International Film Festival.
It was a silence and not. I don't know why I was so close to Cabral.
Well, hey there, it's Dolly, and I'm here to give you an update.
Dolly Parton providing an update on her health after she revealed she has been dealing with kidney stone issues for the past few years.
The good news is I'm responding really well to meds and treatments. The bad news is it's going to take me a little while before I'm up to stage performance level.
Despite the setback, the music legend assured fans with her classic Dolly humor and charm that she's still working hard and will be back to full health.
Oh, I know you're thinking, Lord, sing her well, that girl's always promoting something. Well, that's true. That's how it is.
Dolly positivity shines through right there. All right. Let's turn now to history being made in the Kentucky Derby.
I love that Cherie DeVoe became the first female trainer ever to take home the win. Here she is celebrating with golden tempo.
Congrats to her. And whole weekend was a big party. And Access guest correspondent Lauren Herbert was there for every moment with Derby staples Larry Burkhead and his daughter with Anna Nicole Smith. And then who did you?
Second look at the Derby. How we feeling? Good. Still channeling it, vampire. Yes, you are really feeling like yourself, but you have paid tribute to your mom, Pat, at the Derby. So, what do you think she would think about your new look? I don't know. I think she might like it, maybe. I can't really say for sure, but she was cool, and I. So
After coordinating in all black at the Barnstable Brown Gala the night before, Danny Lynn and Larry matched again in black and white. That was the trend of the night, with Louisville native Nicole Scherzinger and a polka dot family channeling old Hollywood glamour.
love the outfit or match. Very like Audrey Hepburn or Norma Desmond goes to the Derby. If you had a horse name, what would the horse name be? God's will? So my and I don't know, that's the first word that came to mind was God's will or 7. Yeah, I love the number 7.
Model Camille Coste posed with boyfriend, former NFL star Bob Gronkowski.
It's a big place to be placing some bets. What's the vibe going into that here?
I'm going big. Look, I got my stash of cash right here. That's right. Yeah. I'm going big. I'm not really sure what I'm doing, but I'm leaving with double the amount right here.
It's true that there's a secret pocket.
And Lance Bass was still on a high from the Ultimate Boy Band reunion with his NC bandmate Joey Fitzgerald. Backstreet Boys' Howie Dura. Lance told us it happened on the spot.
So we basically hard lost a new boy.
I mean, they sell out every night.
It's fun too, right? All right, well, coming up next, he's the German Shepherd worth $500, but is it Sugar Doggy getting ready to share his fortune? Find out next.
Meet Wegovy Pill, the first FDA-approved GLP-1 weight loss pill. Lose weight and keep it off with the new once daily pill from Wegovy. People taking Wegovy Pill lost over 30 pounds, and some lost over 47 pounds. Proven results in a little pill.
Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or a serious allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder or severe stomach problems. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines for it. Call your prescriber if you experience vision changes or heart racing at rest. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy, you can live lighter with less weight. Get started for a lower price. Ask your prescriber about Wegovy Pill today. Humidity making your hair frizzy and dull? New Garnier Fructis Diamond Sleek with vegan keratin, semi-permanent technology, polishes frizz for instant diamond-like shine. Up to 100 hours of frizz-free sleek that shines like a diamond. New Fructis Diamond Sleek by Garnier.
Calling your way? Great. Plus, a risk of brain fog. For me, got a leg around.
Response powerful allergy relief with no brain fog or drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that first pipe. Should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a light go.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
Yeah, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
In general, it's fun. Don't miss Universal Fan Pass and Universal Studios Hollywood now. 60. Being a champion starts with care, preparation, and commitment.
Mm, 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 mm,